Alrighty, hello, and welcome back to some good old creative art times. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. Give me a moment. I did actually wake up a bit better today, so that shouldn't be as much of an issue. Is that the Stardew Valley menu thing? Probably. I just kind of tossed on Stardew Valley music. How's it going, Clap? Oh! Alright, let me get the thing I'm sitting on sorted out. There we go. Is that choking on screen? Well, so I'm not gonna lie, I woke up this morning thinking about what I was gonna work on stream today. So there was kind of like one or two things I was gonna work on, really. Is a new piece or continue working on the VTuber stuff. Now, I'm really behind on the research for that one. I haven't been able to do jack shit towards it, like I promised I would. So that one's kind of on the back burner for the next little bit of time. So I was like, well, it's probably best I just work on a new piece. And I haven't worked on something that's like kind of in that not safe for work category. Kind of. This is technically safe for work because there's nothing really bad going on. Too much. So, and I'm getting there, Clap. I'm explaining the process of where we've gotten to. So, because I haven't drawn anything glued on stream in a while, I was getting an itch to draw something glued. So I decided I would quickly sketch up something. So I spent the last like half an hour scouring some ideas, looking around some things, and doing a quick sketch up, and then I've just been doing the second layer of the sketching to like actually properly do it. But this is the this is the sketch. So and this is me getting a bit further along with it. I haven't drawn hentai on stream lately. Basically, is the process of my thoughts. I haven't done that in a while, and I get the itch to draw some stuff like this. So those are tentacles? No, those aren't tentacles. So, just as a soft reminder to the Christmas outfit, stuff that I did, of the two characters, of like the two OC characters. Because I've been drawing the male and female version for a while now. I just was like, took that, and I'm gonna draw it lewd. So what you're seeing there that's choking, that's the fucking, thing. That's the necktie. So I've been struggling trying to get the angle right on it, but otherwise. You make her mouth bigger, like a big circle, so she's pogging? Oh my god, no. Oh. Maybe later. Oh my god, she's pogging her mind out. Now, I do have something else I want to share. We have technically a guest with us today. Technically. So they're not very, they're very shy on camera. But they will, I'll show some photos of, who's behind me right now. So To explain this process a little bit, I received a message from Noxie out of the blue yesterday. With the phrasing, odd question, which already starts with a lot of questions being had, but, she asked, do I know how to look after a bird? To which I said, I guess? And I didn't get a response until I see Noxie at my door holding a box. Needless to say, this, random ass rock dove, I believe is what it is, was found with a slightly slack wing, so likely injured, either broken or sprained, not sure, we don't know this sort of stuff. But currently right behind me is the cage, that I've put them in, to just keep them temporarily. This is not a long-term thing. I have made it very clear to Noxie this is not a long-term thing. We are looking after it until we can get it to go somewhere where it can be looked after properly and treated correctly. Because otherwise, yeah. So, yeah, there's technically a guest with us today. So I'm gonna be kind of cautious on how I talk a little bit in terms of loudness, as not to spook them. Oh, don't worry, the sheet's over the cage, so they can't actually see what I'm drawing. But, yeah, no, so we have a bird in the room. Take that, I guess. Random thing. Corrupt the bird? I'm not corrupting the bird. Also, hey Yijin, how's it going? Start talking about Magic the Gathering and corrupt them. Now that I can do. I have a lot I can talk about with Magic the Gathering at the moment. The new set coming out and me totally not buying both precons because I can afford that. I can't afford that and I have done it. Don't ask. I have very much said that I cannot buy anything at all for like a while now. It technically includes food, so we'll see how that goes. Does that technically mean you can add the furry tag to the stream now? No. The cards in front of the bird and put trees on what it should play, teach it. No, I'm not teaching the bird how to play Magic the Gathering. That seems just like actual, cruel, I'll be honest. Make it beat everyone you know. See, now that I could probably do, but, anyway. The Wi-Fi decided to inflict you with pain. It do be like that some days. But yeah, no, I hope everyone's had a good time though. Just this random, like, we have a bird at the moment. I feel worse for Snakers, because the message Snakers apparently received was literally bird ? To which he just said yes, and all he said is, I'm not involving myself with the scenario. It is not my problem. Please understand, that's not me being an ass, that's me just going like, I don't want to get involved. I'm like, yeah, but I didn't get a choice. Bird name? I'm not giving the bird a name. The bird is a temporary thing. The bird doesn't get a name. And of course, it's crawling along. It's I'm contemplating pulling out all the data and formatting it. Damn. What's the bird's name? I assume it has one. I don't know if it does. We don't know if it's a pet or not. That's kind of why we're taking things a bit slow on it. Because we're assuming because it looks... Like, the general condition of the bird itself looks really, really good outside of this wing thing, so it's either been very lucky or it's a pet. So we've messaged, like, Facebook groups and shit like that to try and see whose it is. No, genuinely, like, the bird is temporary. The bird is not here for long. The longest we'll have it here for is probably like 2 or 3 days. While we try and sort out where to send it. Whether it's to an owner or to a reserve. I'm not keeping a rock pigeon, because we can't keep it. Because they have cats, and I don't have the ability to look after an animal like that. So it would just be cruel on the animal at that point. Like, I cannot stress enough. It was literally found by Noxie outside her workplace. With a slack wing. That is it. And they wanted to... And that's literally the main... Pretty much the 90% of the story. I thought it was a pet. No. No, that's what I meant by, like, we're looking after it. No, there's a reason why I said immediately when you asked name, it's like, it's not got a name. It's not staying here for that long. It is a temporary guest. I said that at the beginning. Like, there's several cats and dogs in this neighborhood as well. Like, I would not keep the bird here. But yeah, so random thing for the day, I guess. It's just we have a guest bird. And we're also drawing like pornographic material again. That's very normal day. Microsoft won't let you uninstall the Edge browser? No, it won't. You have to manually change files for that to happen. Microsoft has never let you uninstall its baseline browser for decades. When you said take care, I assumed it was someone's bird, you're in charge of temporary. No, there's a reason why I said at the beginning, like, it was found by the side of the road. Like, it is injured. That is why we're looking after it. Not any grander reasoning. Didn't get the stream live for the first bit. Yeah, but no, there's, like, that was why I've been, like, stressing the whole way through, a lot of this temporary aspect of it. Because, yeah, no, it is just a random bird. We're not sure who owns it or what. We just are being cautious. Double checking if it is potentially someone's. If not, it's going to reserve. What's my ideal pet? Fuck, that's a hard question. Probably a cat or a dog is more likely. But I can't afford to keep one of those, so. Can I be it? Damn. Unless you look like this. No. I could have honestly drawn this as Crony and it would have worked. She's still never beating those pet play allegations. Alright, how's this look when I take this other layer away now? Ideal pet is not chat. I'd want something that actually, like, is slightly able to follow the rules and isn't unruly all the time and potentially doesn't berate me on a regular basis as a pet. Just saying. Those are facts she's both too mature and immature to accept, exactly. Meanwhile, I'm drawing one of my OCs as, fucking pet play. Let's go. Chat, what does that mean? Chat, what does that mean? Chat, what does it mean? Does that mean he's into pet play? So I have mixed feelings about how this is done. I might play around with it more. Anyway. Alright, there we go. Whenever I hear OC, I hear self-insert. Hell yeah. Hey, VTubers. I see erotica continues. Of course. I get paid for that normally. This time I'm not, but you know, that's because I'm just doing it for fun. God damn it, I know I need to draw this further out. Oops, that was the wrong button. Right. Let's say, damn, Twitch said me and my chatting abilities. Haha. You get paid for it, and here I am doing it for fun. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is you can always get paid for anything you do. You just need to find the right kind of audience. Let's see. Interesting. Anyway, did you ever get paid, did you ever pay anyone or get paid for a job? I have worked jobs in my time, yes. What are you asking about that? I play innocent. Maybe they'll stop thinking I'm a degenerate. He says while drawing pornographic stuff. Oh god, my hand is not handling this movement very well. Ah! Unless you want me to specify, do you think the filters would let you? Oh damn, the filters let you. Have I ever paid anyone for or been paid for one? Short answer, yes. Does that satisfy your curiosity? Yeah, there we go. It's a rough kind of thing. If you said no, I'd be very disappointed, young Malithor. It's very fucking wild to say. Okay, so let's do the face first. It'll be easier. Alright, let's see. It's valid though. Hey, Flash, how's it going? Really terrible with this brush. I need to get better at it. A really useful brush too. I'm just not. I'm gonna crank up that stabilization. Give it max stabilization to make it impossible to fucking use. I'm good, how about you? I mean, outside of having a random event occur yesterday, I'm fine. And I'll make that random event be fine. It'll be fine. This will just get sorted out by the other thing anyway, right? Oh my god. I'm like scribbling. Do you see what's happening? This is me going like quite aggressively. It's just like autopiloting. That's weird as shit. That's what happens when you crank up the stabilization on these things, man. Sorry, the rando guy. Yeah, I mean, I blame Noxy. To re-explain for those that didn't get to see it earlier, I got a random message from Noxy yesterday of, do I know how to look after a bird? And now there is a bird behind me in a cage. Well, we look after it because it's got a bad wing. Until we can take it somewhere that it is either its owner or a reserve. Bird. That's not who I want to be racing on. Okay, so now that we've done this, this will probably be a little bit easier to work with. It's so hard to get the nice middle ground value. I'm gonna cry. Why are you gonna cry, Clip? Did you want the bird to be a permanent fixture of the stream? You should know nothing is forever. Bird is temporary. Some of these lines are frustrating me to no end. Trying to use this brush because I know I want to use it long term. But getting used to it is really hard. Play Noiter again. When you die, your past wands could be saved in the future, encountered by enemy ghosts. A ghost killed me with my OP wand. I got it for an achievement for dealing over 1 million damage. Kit. Fucked. That is rough, though. That's kind of cool, though, that that's a mechanic. Reminds me of one that I wanted to, a mechanic I wanted to design for a game at one point. Have I ever talked about the isekai game that I wanted to make? That was like a full shitpost. But I wanted to do it like super high quality, which is kind of why it's never been done. But like the idea was that it would just like be very Fable like gameplay wise, but very based on isekai, so you'd get OP bullshit. And then I would release an expansion for the game where you could play as the Demon Lord instead, except I wouldn't tell anyone. But the whole time it's been saving your builds, saving your runs that you played as the hero, and those are the heroes that you have to fight as the Demon Lord. And it will learn from what you did, and like the combos and how to do them. So if you figured out a combo that required you to have like an aneurysm, but it would dump out 1 billion damage, the hero would still be able to do that. So now you have to deal with your own consequences. Does that look okay? Not really. I'm gonna be honest. I think I would just prefer to use the G pen and then fill it in. Each game, you are the final Souls boss, fighting against a hero who comes back each time with more advanced AI. As in, they're learning your attack patterns. Yep. This was an idea I had, like, to really cement this was an idea I had something close to, like, 15 years ago. 10, 15 years ago. Shows how long I've kind of, like, ruminated on that idea. Ruminated, whatever the word is. That launches Chrome. Nice. I mean, there's a way to, like, actually disable and delete Edge from the computer, but again, like, it's one of those things where, I'm gonna be honest, there's not really a point. Edge is fine if you're not being really particular about things. It's perfectly adequate. Is its processing fucking awful? Yes. Is its resource usage really high for what it is? Yes. But, like, if you're browsing emails, I don't think it fucking matters. So it very much depends on what you're doing with the PC. Also, Chrome sucks complete ass, but, you know, that's a personal gripe. It's one of the worst Chromium browsers, which, yes, the hilariousness of that. When I say Chromium, it is a Chromium base which Chrome made, and it's one of the worst of the lot. Because, little fun fact. Do you know why Chrome sucks? Now again, a lot of browsers have this issue, especially Chromium browsers, but Chrome does this the worst. Even Firefox. I haven't looked at Firefox's Chromium now. But the problem Chromium browsers tend to have is that it is a preload architecture. So to reduce load times, it preloads pages that are possibly going to be clicked or accessed, which is sometimes a security concern. The problem is Chrome doesn't limit it. Chrome has it so every possible link on the page is preloaded on every single page that you have open. So even on a Gmail, it fucking sucks ass because it has to load every single email that you have, like, individually. And even then, it still loads them very poorly. That's why I say, like, it's a no-win game, technically. No, Chromium browser doesn't have issues like that. Just try and find one that limits processes, and it's never a problem. What browser do you use on a 15-year-old laptop? Probably old-school Firefox or Edge. Realistically. I mean, on a 15-year-old laptop, like, you're asking for problems. Like, you can't really find a modern-day solution. Like, Onion wouldn't be a bad shot either, I guess, technically. But, yeah. Onion? Don't worry about it. If you don't know what it is, it's not worth explaining. It's a browser that is useful for a variety of things. But I wouldn't really generally recommend it to anyone that doesn't know what it is. Yeah, I believe it used to be called, was it the Tor browser? I think I still have it on my phone, ironically enough. Because it's a solid VPN browser. Just don't be like the people that go like, I'm using it so I can use YouTube and break all the fucking rules. Again, reminder, technically speaking, ad blockers and VPNs are a breach of terms of service, so be cautious when using them. And that's the case for most platforms. Yeah, and I know a lot of people, because of the spheres that I was in, that have the high and mighty, oh, I'm sticking it to the corporations. Like, no, you're just being an ass. Because you don't want to spend money. And it's fine. Like, that's not anything wrong. We've talked about this before. Like, a lot of the time, piracy and shit like that, that is a service issue of people unable to afford it and all that. But don't try and give a high and mighty fucking, thing. Do you see Vietnam is forcing YouTube to... Yes, I did see that, and I think that's actually a really good thing. Because I think it's become utter bullshit that, that's not been a regulated practice and has fallen, to the wayside. I think that's a really good move, and I hope it's successful, because if it's successful in one place, it can be pushed other places. And then it'll just become, like, once it's in enough places, it will just become the standard. That it's just it would be easier to standardize it. But to be fair, also keep in mind, when it comes to ads in YouTube, I have a really negative experience with them. Purely because, I don't know if you guys were watching YouTube at the time, but there was a section of time, this would have been, like, possibly nearly 20 years ago. Right? No, it would have been, it's somewhere, it's like maybe 16 or something years ago. YouTube had an issue, and yes, I am referring to an issue like that long ago, but YouTube had an issue where, when you would watch a playlist, a YouTube ad would break the entire thing, and it would make it not function correctly. And it would sometimes, like, just freeze the list, it wouldn't play the video next, all these sorts of issues. This is a very old issue they resolved many, many years ago, to my understanding at the very least. But that was the reason why I came to not like ads on YouTube. Was it functionally broke the platform for a while. And as someone that liked to binge watch stuff, that was really, really annoying. Like, again, I've talked about this before, I pay for YouTube Premium purely because it's, like, it's beneficial to me, because it gives me a music app as well with the YouTube Music, so I don't have to pay for Spotify. And it's basically equivalent to me paying for Spotify and a good ad block thing. When I see yellow bars in the freaking middle of videos, especially when watching a long thing that I, mid-sentence because it's obviously generated, not manually done. Yeah, I guess I can sort of see that argument. I don't know, like, I keep in mind, like, I come from a era where ads just get tuned out. Like, most of my life, I spent watching a TV, right? And I got really good at just tuning out ads when they would pop on. So, I still do that. Like, I lost my premium recently because I just didn't have the money, for a couple of days. And I just got really good at, again, tuning out the ads, regardless of when they turned up. Like, I won't disagree with that's a valid criticism point, though. Is, like, they actually should have detection software, which they do. Which is to find points where there is, like, no dialogue and all that. And I've listened to content creators talk about this. Where basically the good standard practice of a YouTube video nowadays is to leave certain dead air on a video. Occasionally, so the YouTube algorithm can put in the video, the ads at correct points. Live right now, I got an auto-playing video on a random website I'm browsing without an ad block. Yeah. I have pop-up blockers and stuff like that. That's what I do. Because that means, like, on-screen ads, I have no problem with, right? Unless it's audio. That's when it's not good. But, like, if I go to a website and look at something, like, yeah, fair enough putting on ads, because you need to make money. But if you're going to give me a pop-up that tries to send me somewhere, or tries to, like, open up a web page just because I opened up your web page, no, because that's how you can get viruses. I ain't there for that, Chief. But it does flag as an ad blocker for some sites, purely because their ads are pop-up. I stand by, don't use pop-up ads, and vet your ads correctly. Be much better. But no, most companies don't vet their ads, because why would they? They need to make money. I'll fix that up properly later. It's not the priority. There we go. I don't need to see bad ads and phishing ads. Yeah. No, it's like, again, it's... That's why I kind of dislike the fact that YouTube tried to do its big war on ads thing. I've talked about this before, right? But, or I think I have at least on stream, maybe. But like the war on ads was always gonna end with, an escalation fight. Like it's literally the argument of Judge Dredd. Where, why the fuck do you need stuff like the judges and Judge Dredd? Well, it's because crime got worse. It's like, okay, yeah, but something made crime get worse. It's an escalation event where one thing fights the other thing, which therefore requires the other thing to fight back harder, which requires then the other thing to fight back harder, and it becomes this thing of, like, constant escalation. That's all the war on ad block was going to ever do with YouTube. And that's all it has done. They spent a shitload of money trying to cut out ad blockers from the platform, and the primary result is now ad blockers are much more potent, and the platform is worse for it. Instead of allocating those resources to better improvements, better marketing, better anything like that, they resourced it to things to try and stop. It's, okay, I'm gonna use a really terrible argument, but it's kind of like the tax argument we always like to use, where it's like, oh, we're going to, bash on those that are, like, using beneficiary systems incorrectly. It's like, or you could go after the top-end tax evasion, which is like several thousands times more money that you're losing out on than the handful of hundreds of, maybe thousands of people that are abusing a beneficiary system, that are losing you maybe tens of thousands of dollars instead of potentially millions because of them just, like, evading taxes by putting it into another country or some shit like that. It's frustrating. But it's basically, that's what the war on ad blockers looked like to me. Because it was just that same situation all over again with a different paint, and not on a political scale. I don't know any systems that actually truly benefited from that entire situation, other than ad blockers getting way better. Especially to the most vulnerable. It's interesting how I grew up with Dad being tech savvy and recently he fell for a scam. the scams have gotten better, right? Again, it's kind of that thing of, as technology evolves, scams also evolve. AI is a really big tool in the scam industry now, because it's really easy to have a chatbot with an AI system try and talk to someone, and that can comfort them. It also means that, unlike the rest of the call center scam scenarios, you don't actually have to have a person, you just have to have a call line and hook it into a computer. And it can handle multiple calls at a single time, unlike a single person. Now, in some countries, it's still more economically effective to use individual people for the scams, but, like, also a lot of countries have figured that out. And a lot of those call centers get blocked very quickly, and they have to keep alternating source points. In fact, my country has a massive movement in all of its banks about scam prevention. We've had this for a good few years now. There's a massive effort to inform around scam and scam prevention. And again, I want to stress, it's not just like older generations, it's very young generations as well, because they just don't experience the stuff to teach them what they should and shouldn't like interact with. Because they're introduced so early on that they don't really have that awareness yet. And before you make any discussion on this, this is actually where I do get to tap the glass of the degree that I have, where like this was actually a large portion of the study that I did within it, was around specifically, I'm seeing if I can term it correctly while also drawing pornography. Give me a moment. Is the disparity of socioeconomic status on digital learning, and how much a lot of the behavioral and such learnings are done primarily in the home environment, not at school, which means socioeconomic factor matters more, but also the fact that, like, there is, it's easier to access a computer nowadays, but it's harder for, say, parents that didn't grow up with that to interact with the child and protect them, because they didn't grow up with the access. So now you've got a lot of generation of parents that, like, go, oh, I'm not touching the computers because I don't fucking know. And their kids interacting with these things. Now, when you hear it like that, you go, yeah, that sounds like a problem. Congratulations, you've recognized an issue that's pretty large scale. And is being discussed by a lot of academics as we don't know what to do. It's kind of because of a generational gap, and the problem is that the best, most clear-cut solution for it is to let it happen. Because it's an eventual thing that will solve itself. However, because technology is upgrading and advancing so rapidly, we don't have a guarantee that by the time the current generation grows up and starts interacting with the youth of that era, that the logic that would have been learnt would have been sufficient or adequate. So, now we've come to a concluding issue of the fuck do we do? Because we can't guarantee that learning, and we can't guarantee that by the time that learning would have been done naturally, that it will be valid anymore. Or accurate. So we've got a generation growing up with a very high uncertainty for what's going to happen to them in terms of scam prevention. So this is where a lot of businesses have had to step up with educating and informing their customer bases. That's why, like, you go to any website, like Temu even, and they'll have, like, messages sent to you fairly frequently going like, hey, we would never ask you for your password or this information or that information. You might sit there and go, well, no, duh. And it's like, yeah, but it's because people don't have that. Welcome to, like, Malith when he starts talking about stuff related to his degree, where I get really hyper-passionate and very into it. The subject I'm very curious about. I did actually see an anime approach the idea really interestingly the other day, and did leave me with a thought experiment that I want to try out. Why would someone lie to me on the internet? I know, right? No one ever lies about anything on the internet. Just don't look at VTubing. I mean, that's the fun thing as well. Like, there's nothing wrong with lying on the internet. It depends on its intent, right? It's like, in a sense, I'm lying because I am not telling you my actual name. Now, most of y'all do know my actual name, but, like, I am not actually called Malith. I know, shock and horror. But, like, there's an argument there that is me lying on the internet. That is me spreading false information. And it's like, yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that. So that's the other point to be made, is that there is nothing truly wrong with lying on the internet. It depends on the intent behind why you are lying. Now, there are people that lie about who they are to, like, get a one-up in an argument on the internet a lot. We've seen this many a times where someone will fabricate that they're in a job or are educated in a field to go like, oh no, I know better than you in a fucking YouTube comment, which I'm going to be perfectly honest. If you have to lie about your own understanding and qualifications, you're probably wrong. Regardless of if you are right, you are coming from it for a wrong way. There's a reason why for a long portion of my life I would give the old, I've done a lot of research in this field, when I would discuss something with people. And a lot of people would just kind of go, well, I listen to a person that actually studies this, and I would sit there and go, cool, you're listening to someone that is actively by their community internally realized as a fraud, but I can't prove that to you, so therefore, while I can say that, I can't do much else. My degree has been shown on stream, so that's not a falsity. Also, the way I speak probably indicates to anyone that has done tertiary education, I am pulling your leg too much with that. No, one of the thought experiments that got played around with an anime was actually from that Ulma series I talked about recently. Where in it, so reminder, Ulma is basically a android with a very complex AI module in it. The idea is that it's got a learning algorithm that can basically simulate being a human being, which leads to a lot of the hilarity in the series. However, they broached the concept of an AI usage in learning. However, they broached it with the correct logic behind it, where it is used as a supplementary tool in education for assisting in individual by individual basis. So think of it like the idea that your curriculum at school is tuned to the education you actually need to do, and it's tuned in a way that you can enjoy it. So what I was kind of like playing with a thought experiment is like, would it be possible to create an AI system or like a algorithmic system that learns from each individual student, helps direct their learning in a way that allows them to enjoy it, so presents it in a way that they can actually comprehend and understand it, and in a way that like is pleasant to them. So very much there would be some logic behind stuff what Duolingo does, where it does gamification of learning. So there'll be aspects of that, but that doesn't work for everyone. So you need to find ways to have it tuned to the individual. Then, along with this, yeah, you'd have it basically, there is a general direction that all of the systems would be aiming towards, but each individual would be potentially approaching that final destination differently. As an example, math. At the end, you want the person to learn the times tables. One student will learn it very clearly, quite linearly, and then one might need problems that are more on the simpler side to reach that point. And speaking of bots, we just had one right there. So I'm just gonna look over quickly. Boop. If you're going to use an automated message, try and actually use one that makes sense. When you come in and say, I love this game, when I'm not playing a game, this is an art category on Twitch, your system sucks complete ass, by the way. What an ironic thing to have happen while we've been talking about scamming. Now, I do apologize if some of the shit that I'm saying's, like, tuning the fuck out of people, because, like, it is some really heavy stuff, somewhat, and I understand that it's not really a topic that some people are as interested in as I am, or anything like that. But please understand, this is kind of part of what I do. Right, especially when we're doing art, I need to have something to talk about, especially a topic that I can do from my head is best. So you'll have to forgive that aspect of it all. But no, I find the idea of an educative environment like that quite interesting. I think it's using tools correctly. Again, we've talked about before how AI is a tool and there is nothing per se wrong with it as long as the tool is used correctly and ethically. In this case, it would literally just be like, okay, I'm looking at the results of the user I'm seeing the average expectation of this, like what they're answering, how they're answering it, and finding kind of the mean point of what do they find easiest, what do they find hardest, and tuning their curriculum accordingly. YouTube just blocked your messages and doesn't tell you? Yep. I agree with you on that. I think that's one of the worst parts of the YouTube system. Is that it doesn't inform you when the message doesn't go through. The only way to really check is the fact that the chat on screen shows it or not. Twitch at least informs you, but it has more stricter things than YouTube does. It's actually partly why the chat's on the screen in the first place for me. I wouldn't have probably done it if it wasn't for the fact that people constantly were having that issue where they didn't know if their message was coming through, and it at least gives some people a sense of feeling like they're a bit more connected to the stream by visually being on the screen. Come on and slow. That's what it feels like, this music. Also, I'll be back in a quick second. I just need to go sort something out. I love this game. Let's play Minesweeper again. Oh my god. See, now that I can say is kind of at least funny. Alright. Like I said, I'll be back in a moment. And I returned. Buh. What a lovely image to leave it on though, right? Sorry, I had a delivery and I needed to go sort something out. So I was hoping the delivery was actually here. Okay, now I need to fucking sort through all of these, Jesus Christ. So that goes there. Those can go here for the moment. Those are going into that over there later. What the fuck was this one again? Ah, that's what that was. God, that plastic is very shiny. Now to test this out quickly, because I should test this out as soon as I possibly can. A new charging cable for the phone, hopefully. Windows ended support. Yep, Windows ended support for 10 a while ago. A while ago, quotation marks. Last year. If it doesn't default, you can manually get it to change. But you'll have to do like all of the proper stuff for that. Okay, hopefully I don't knock any of the actual important plugs while I'm doing this. Because mine isn't either, but I just can't be asked updating this PC at this stage just because an update would be pretty obscene. Do you eat cup noodles as is, or do you try and class it up? Depends. So, like, okay, I don't tend to have cup noodles. Full stop. Come on. But with noodles, I'll sometimes do something with it. I mean, fuck, there's been times where I've literally just, like, put 2 packs of 2-minute noodles into a bowl, used 1 lot seasoning, and added some cheese on top. Okay, that's gonna be fucking annoying. This seems to charge only when it's like really jammed into the socket. So I might just need to send my phone to get repaired at some point, which is not something I can afford to do. And now I've done something very bad. Okay. Yeah. That's great. Well, thank God that didn't cost much. Broke that fucking cable. Good to know that I'm back to my fucked up one. This is the only one that seems to fucking work. Alright, there we go. That is upsetting. Okay, I want to look at these as well quickly, because this was a very dumb purchase, but I thought it would be funny. It's a pack of, like, collectible cards from fucking Temu of Apothecary Diaries. And I just wanted to grab them because I wanted to get them for tokens for playing Magic. It's literally the rationale I had for it, was I was like, this could be funny tokens to use. And now the pack is being a bitch to open. You, like, glued onto the thing? What the fuck? Are those official cards? Fuck no, they're not official. Why would they ever be official ones on Temu? Oh, that's the point. These aren't official ones. They're art from the series. They're probably stolen from an art book. But, like, this is literally for tokens, which is something that I actively would like to destroy, so. I thought it would be a cute little thing to grab for, like, $5. Support official creators, people. Don't do this. Unless you're doing it for tokens, then it's fine. Holy shit, this packaging sucks ass. Well, I don't think it's official cards. This would be my assumption. It's on Temu. Holy shit, this thing is packaged poorly. Okay. Oh yeah, it's just straight up just like art or shots from the anime put on like these little cards. This is exactly what I expected. Ah, some of this is from the manga. That That's literally one of the fucking manga like covers because I can see the fucking number on it. Explain token. Is it a special effect counter to put on top of a card to track an effect? So a token in Magic the Gathering is a lot of things. It is a representation of a game object. This can be anything from something that's like called a treasure, which is an artifact that you can tap it, sack it, and you would gain 1 mana of your chosen color. There are things that generate these tokens. There are also tokens of creatures, of enchantment, of lands, of anything pretty much. Anything can have a token pretty much of it. So think of it like a token is a temporary game piece generated by an effect. I think that's probably the easiest way to explain it in terms of loose concept. How many have you had at once on a field? If you want an idea of one of them, there is a very famous one called Scoot Swarm, which I literally had to pull out a calculator and put it on top of the card because of how many I made. It was a few thousand. That is the most I've ever had, is I've literally had to just use a calculator to represent the tokens. To explain that better, let me pull up the card. Scoot Swarm. So, landfall, whenever a land you control enters, create a insect creature token. If you control 6 or more lands, instead create a token copy of Scoot Swarm. So, I'm sure you can understand, if I had 6 or more lands and I put in 1 land, I now have 2 Scoot Swarms. I now put in another land, I have 4 Scoot Swarms. I put in another land, I have 8, 16, 32, 64. I don't need to explain it further, other than the fact that I got to a few thousand with these. I've known people that have gotten to millions. Aside from that, I've had boards that have probably had a fuckload on them. I can't remember exactly. I don't tend to play token decks, though, is the thing. There are a lot of ways to play them. There's using like token creatures to do a thing. Like fucking Snake has had a deck that like very easily could produce something like 20 warriors in a turn. 20 warrior creature tokens. So they would be like attacked and tapped and attacking, I believe, with how they were created as well. But like even so, this is an example here. So this is one of the new precons that is coming out. This is Ashling the Limitless, the card that's coming out for it. Elemental spells you cast from hand have evoke 4, which means that when it enters the battlefield, there is a trigger put on the stack that sacrifices that creature immediately, but it means that you can pay it for a very low cost. So if it has a good enters the has either a good cast effect or a good enters the battlefield effect, this spell's really good, or like this effect's really good. Then, when you sacrifice a non-token elemental, create a token that's a copy of it, That token gains haste until end of turn. At the beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice it unless you pay Wooburg. So that's right there an example of what a token is. By evoking in one of these elementals, it'll hit the battlefield, sacrifice itself, you'll get a token copy of that exact same thing that will then enter the battlefield. So again, if it has an enter the battlefield trigger, you get a second copy of that trigger, which makes this card really fucking nuts. And then you'll sacrifice that if you don't pay all 5 colors at the end of turn, which I'm going to be honest, you're probably not doing most of the time. But as a kind of like, let's show an example of how that would be good. Titan of Industry. So this is a 7 mana card, so instead you just pay 4 generic mana to cast this. It would hit the battlefield, then when it enters, I can choose to destroy an enchantment or an artifact. I can give a player, including myself, 5 life. I could create a 4/4 Rhino Warrior creature token, or I could put a shield counter on a creature I can control. So I can choose 2 of those. Then it will sacrifice itself, and then another one of these will enter the battlefield. Then I can choose another 2 of these effects, and then I can swing with it that turn. Does that give an example of it all? There's a lot of abusable aspects of it. Ugh. There's even the Maelstrom Wanderer that's also in the precon, which is really nuts. Because if you evoke this out for 4, it will still cascade, but it will cascade off the original cost, which is 8. So I pay 4 mana for a creature, and then I can get potentially up to 2 7 mana cards out of my deck to cast for free. Now, I'm being very particular on the phrasing on that. Cascade is a bit of a particular ability, which is when you cast the spell, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land permanent, a non-land card, sorry, that costs less, so it has to be 7 or less mana to cast. Then you can cast that without paying its mana cost. Then you, if you choose to do that, if you don't, put it back into that pile of exiled cards, and then put all of your exiled cards on the bottom of, in a random order of your library. Then you repeat the process because it's double cascade. So you get potentially 2 up to 7 casts for free for paying 4 mana. The problem is that's a cast trigger, so it's not an ETB, so the token copy doesn't matter for that. Tokens are very, very powerful in Magic, especially in Commander. There's a lot of ways it can be used. This deck here in particular will use them quite well, because this uses counters, which counters are kind of numerical values put on permanents you control, permanents or players, that track a sort of thing. This one's all about -1/-1 counters. So since you want to lose some of your own creatures, having tokens die are better than having your actual creatures die. Now, yes, there is a reason why I said very particularly some of those things. That's because, like, you can put counters on a player. There is energy counters, there is poison counters, there is all sorts. But there are a few that affect a player specifically. Poison counter is the main one that people will know, because that's the one that people play with proliferate effects, which proliferate is you get to increase the number of each kind of counter on each permanent on the battlefield. Not even just your own, just any. No, you sadly enough don't. There's normally a kind of like a little play piece is what we have. Like again, it looks like a token, but we don't count it. It's not considered an actual permanent in the game. It's not an actual game object. It's just a representation. And it would be like, this is your poison counters, and you'll put your numbers on top of that. But it's like, those are attributed to the player. Poison counters are a fun one, because poison counters are, once a player has 10 of them, they lose the game. As a immediate action. Like, there is, once it happens, you are dead. There is no stopping it, unless you can flash out upon the effect occurring a thing that means that you can't lose the game. But once that effect's gone, you are dead. But you can't do it in response to the poison counters going on, because poison counters, poison being applied is not a effect, so it doesn't take the stack, it just is done. At the moment I have the laptop do a deep virus scan and update all the programs, and I'm just chilling and watching it. Yep. Oh, I do that every few days, or like every week or so, right? So I know the feeling. Just sitting there for like half an hour to an hour, just watching your computer kind of like tick along. It's mainly defragmentation I do though. Defragmentation, cleanup. I'm a very big stickler for doing that stuff. I have it automated, but I know that the automation doesn't work sometimes. Because fuck you for whatever reason. Oh, that reminds me, I do need to look for a flash drive for Noxie, because I know she wanted to use one, and I need to try and find one that isn't a kill switch. Because I have a bad feeling that the one I found the other day was one of my kill switch ones. Which means I can't even test it, because if it gets plugged into something, it will just activate. Was quite the aggressive program I wrote for that one. Kill switch for the drive of the PC, whatever it's plugged into. If it's USB compatible and it has an OS, goodbye. It's a hyper-aggressive virus archetype that's plugged onto it. It was used for things. But yeah, you would basically plug it into a computer and the computer would be immediately bricked. It'd still probably work as well. Because it was a module that would learn very quickly what it was working with. It was an extremely destructive piece of software. Not something that anyone should have access to. Plug it into a Mac, and the Mac would probably explode, actually. It doesn't handle that sort of stuff well. Last I checked. To be fair, that was a few years ago. Don't get me wrong, it's fastest on Windows, but like, when I say fastest on Windows, I'm talking like a fraction of a second time difference. It was very good at what it did. That's why I have to be very cautious about it, because if it is the one I think it is, then yeah, I can't test it and do it without a drive protection. And I can't remember how to code the drive protection that would be necessary, so I can't test that out. And I also don't want to reformat a port on my PC, because I could do permanent damage to it that way. Same reason why when I was asked to like break into a phone recently for a like someone's family member, I said to them like I can't do more unless I have to reformat stuff, and I don't want to do that because that hurts my computer. And they're like, okay, that's fine then. Do you need a special accessory? No, so you need an isolated port. You need to, basically, you need to make a port run an internal virtual machine, and loop that, so it gives you enough time to be able to ID what's on the drive. People have set their own computers up to do this, because it is actually wise if you're in a setting where your PC could be accessed much easier, but it's normally not necessary. But no, it's not an accessory you'd need to format a port. I guess you could probably use an accessory for it, but like a port formatting works fine. It means you don't have to buy specialized equipment. And if you're wondering what the hell I mean by the port formatting, it's basically you're augmenting the hardware to run the stuff that I was talking about. So instead of doing a read-write architecture, you have it run, like I said, a virtual machine, internalized to itself. So the processes can only be done within that virtual machine, and they can't touch the computer. It's a security checkpoint, basically. The problem is, by doing that, in my experience, at least, that often fucked the port beyond recognition, so you couldn't unreformat the port, or even if you did, it would never function quite as well because you've altered some of its hardware function. An airlock, yeah, you could kind of consider it like that. It's like, it's an airlock, but the thing that's entering doesn't believe it's an airlock. Right? It's, again, it's a trick of smoke and mirrors equivalent, I guess, in PC stuff. Very archaic, based on what I've heard from modern stuff. But, like, again, most of the stuff I know is very archaic because it was self-taught and done years ago. No, I was talking about AI, but I digress. It's fine. Well, I mean, I was talking about AI earlier, so you could use that as a guinea pig, or like a latch point if you want. And organize my phone picture library because it's becoming a problem. I wouldn't know if there is one that does that. I just tend to do that shit manually. I don't trust any systems to automate my file structures. I need to know where the fuck everything is at all given times, because I'm a weirdo like that. God, that's hot. Anyway. So you think about it, I try harder, I can neural network it to recognize stuff and organize photo library. That's a lot of processing power. It's not that much, ironically. It's just more the setup process is a bitch. Right? Because image recognition software is a learning process, right? So you're gonna have to, it's more like time, less processing. Well, like, you can speed it up, obviously, with better processing. But, like, there's only so much you should probably even interact with on that, I'll be honest. Let's see, if it to-result ratio is very lopsided, yeah. If I can just pay for some service to do that stuff, guarantees my data never leaving my computer, I'd pay for one. It's probably makeable, to be honest. It's the question of, like, at what point in time are you considering, it, because if you have it housed internally with a learning algorithm architecture already built in, so it would have had to have learnt off some things. Like, there's a whole lot of stuff there that it's like, it's really touch and go how you'd get it done and guarantee that sort of safety. But that's the thing, it's like, yeah, so at the end of the day, like, you'd say, if you can trust that, it's like, how would you? Would you trust a large, company with that? No. Would you trust a smaller individual with that? No. It's impossible to ever truly trust one of those sort of circumstances. There's always room for, foul play. I guess there's no escaping, wasting a weekend or two, just organizing all my image files across decades and putting it all into a new hard drive. Yep. I wish I had an answer for you other than yep. I'll be honest with you, Chief. But like I said, that's why it's a thing of I try and actively always sort my stuff to the locations as soon as I can. But it's also why, like, I have a folder that's decades old that has thousands of images in it and they've just never been moved. Because, simply put, like, I don't want to. That's it. I have no grander, like, statement other than that. I can't even show that file because I had pornographic stuff in there. I have to be careful every time I showcase to people. Because it goes back to my days when I was in the Ruby fandom. And I would draw stuff in that fandom and review stuff in that fandom. Those were the days. Those were the days. That's what I'm missing. Oh, that's looking nice. For the most part, anyway. Which brings up, what is the best way to store stuff like that? I have half a mind after organizing to go to a photo store and going back to analog and making a photo album. I like the... I like just having an external, I'll be perfectly honest. If you want to be super secure, what you'll do is you'll have an external that is housed in an off-site location, so storage facility of some kind, that you'll go pick up, like back up things on a semi-regular basis via an encryption. That's always a solid one. It's not hard to do that, get a vault, get a fire protection, water protection, all that sort of stuff for it. And just make sure that you're using a compression system that you trust, with an algorithm that's unique. I've helped people organize that a few times. Redundancy also works. Well, I mean, that's what backing up is, right? It's a safety mechanism. But yeah, like, getting a thing for that's always a solid shout. In my eyes, anyway. Instead of having one. Yeah, like, I definitely say that that's probably the best way to approach it, is instead of just having one, you have multiple, and it's all individual. Everyone has a different algorithm, so basically you'd have a password each. For their own, key for the, thing. Sorry, I'm opening something at the moment. You have to forgive the noise. So I'm trying to organize something. Stuff as simple as family pictures become more and more harder to defend or need larger space. Yep. Oh, no, fully. I actually do agree with that. It is becoming consistently harder and harder to keep your private stuff private and safe. Family photos are a big one for that. I mean, I don't have any, but like, I have a couple of physical photos that I'm very, very attached to of, like, my old cats. And I kind of want to see about backing them up at some point. encryption is necessary. I always suggest encryption. I don't say it's necessary, I just suggest it. Because it is a good thing to have if you can. But basically, an encryption system with a unique key for each individual, that is something I do suggest. If you can. If you're gonna have it, so it's like private family stuff. You're gonna have to deal with the fact that I'm gonna look at magic for a moment, because I'm fixing something. Because we have the particular problem of women shouldn't be seen by men they're not related to. Oh god, yeah, true. That does present a difficulty, doesn't it? Reflecting pool is this one. Yeah, another copy of that. Cool. Damn, that's fucking price spiked that dick a bit. It's fine. I think any of these would go in there, right? That's the only one I don't want to. Alright. And then I will sort those out later for that deck. And then this is for a deck that is very much far from being done. And then these are for the Kefka deck. So might drop the idea and see how they feel about before putting money into it. Yeah, no, that's a solid shout. Again, that's the thing of like, I would never want to put money towards something that I don't think's gonna be appreciated or wanted. So, that's probably a solid idea on how to approach it. That's 6 external high-capacity drives, then start figuring out the comparison of the security setup and how to hand out and back up unique keys. That will be important, as the backing up of different keys. Because, surprise, surprise, not everyone's going to remember their fucking key, which, god damn it, why would they not? But it happens. boy, is it frustrating when someone comes to your work desk every other fucking week and tells you, hey, I forgot my key to access this, can you print me a new one? Or get access. It's like, I have to print new ones each time. It's really dumb. Is there a way to have a master key as well? Depends on what system you're using, is my answer to that. Depending on the system, depends on if you can set one up. If you can set one up, you can set one up. If you can't, then you'll need to potentially either consider a different security or something else. But yes, no, there are normally ways to do it. Normally. I can't give you guarantees on that, because like I said, depends on what system you use. And no, I can't recommend any, because modern ones are far beyond my scope of understanding. So you mean I need to make something custom? No, I'm not saying you need to. I'm just saying that I can't tell you whether or not that, the one you might pick for it is gonna work. Like, can I custom code one? Sure. Could I custom code one to use a master key? Sure. But also that's a whole lot of work that you might not need to put in if you depend on where you get the algorithm from. No, you do not have to make, you probably don't have to make one. That would be my assumption, because I'm sure you'll be able to find something for it. Oh yeah, of course, that's gonna do that. go. Let's see. I think I might just go with an encrypted 7-zip archive per folder. They'd have the keys stored somewhere, both in print and digitally for backup. I think that's the simplest setup. That means the meet the most requirements. Yep. Seems like it's a solid shout. I concur with that assessment. Really hard to see. Alright, then when family gathers, I can update everyone's drives to the newest version of each archive zip, and that way essentially back up for each other. Yeah. Sounds like a solid shout. Now to make a TED Talk pitch for the family. Oh god. Welcome to my TED Talk. Today I'm going to be talking about data security. You know, fun little fact, right? Is I absolutely used to love whenever I got to use a whiteboard for work. I absolutely loved whiteboards. I would try and nudge them in whenever I could to use. A lot of people got very frustrated by fucking Malith and his whiteboard. You tired of losing pictures? Yeah, pretty much. didn't like blackboards until I got to college, and now I'm back to loving them. I think that they're a great way of having fun, like, putting your idea down somewhere. And, like, again, we've seen how many times I've used paint on stream, right? It's like, I enjoy when I can take the opportunity to visualize the idea I've got in a way, because that's also really understandable for people. But I just also enjoy drawing. Give me a marker and a whiteboard. I have a whiteboard in my room that I write on from time to time. Normally to keep me in scope for ideas. Like literally on the whiteboard at the moment is current tasks, general day-to-day, next few games to play, things to pay off, and work times. I'm not exactly the most interesting person when it comes to what I write on the whiteboard sometimes, though, as you can tell. There is a pattern drawn on it by Max. When he comes over, he always tries to add to it, too. He's missing, like, the blue at the moment of all of my colors. He just picks up a random pen and colors in more. But other than that, I also have my notebook next to me. That gets used quite a bit, though not at the moment, just because I've been so weird with my tasks that I'm doing. So many of my tasks that I've been working on at the moment are just like straight up tasks that it's just, you have to do it as you're thinking about it, not write down a note for yourself later to do it, because otherwise the idea is not going to work. To be fair, not been doing anything towards the game as I said I would be. Like, as I said was going to be the case during the New Year's. Purely because we need to take a gap from it for a bit. Did the music just end? Are we out of the music? Do I need to put new music on? I'll look in a sec once I've just done this bit. Okay. Yep. Okay, what am I gonna listen to next? well. Alright. Hey, Sweep, how's it going? What's wrong? Not liking what you're seeing on the screen? I'm sure you'd like it a lot. I'm afraid it's not going as good as the character in your artwork. I mean... yeah, she does seem to be enjoying it, doesn't she? Life goals, yeah, exactly. Life goals is to get railed as well as she is. I mean, she's not getting railed, she's just getting choked. It's fine. Care of like a pet, but not gonna yuck your yum. Not going to yuck your yum is a wild statement. Hit that phrase once or twice and I love it. It is wild to say. I don't disagree with you, it is really funny though. God damn it. All right. What I want to do is this one here. I'm gonna have to do erasing for this one, I think. There we go. Alright, hey yo, how's it going? Welcome back. Hope your holiday was good. Should. Was super comfy. So much rest, ready for yapping this year. Nice. Hope yours has also been comfy. Aside from potentially nearly putting myself in hospital for a funny long stream, and apparently now having a pet bird to look at. Well, it's not a pet, it's a bird that we found that's injured, that we're looking after. Yeah, no, things are alright. You promise not to do silly things? You should know by now that I do not uphold those promises. One does not simply tell me that I'm not going to do something silly. We all know I'm going to. Come on now. The New Year's stream put you in the hospital? No. It nearly put me in the hospital. Big difference. Keep your silliness for the Saturday. True. I do have to keep silliness aside for the Saturday. Don't worry, I'm sure I've got enough silly to go around. Was Saturday okay for you? Oh, I'll make it work. That's what I said in the chat, is I'll make whatever time work. I'm fairly flexible at the moment for time frames. So no need to worry about that. Fully flexible? Oh god, no, you can't fold me like a chair. I used to be able to, though. Again, one of my, like, Malith's wild stories from when he was younger, I used to be, like, a competitive gymnast. Or training up to be one, till I was in a car crash and couldn't do it any longer. It was primarily around the rings. It's good times. We only know about your Jacko pose attempt, though. Yeah, the Jacko pose attempt was such a dumb idea. No, there was a point in time where, like, tell me to do the splits and I'd be able to do it on the spot. That was a wild time. I did also ballet when I was younger. Went on stage for that a couple of times, which was always fun. Again, Malith's weird and wacky wild adventures. One day I gotta make, like, a thing about that all, I swear. It's like, what are the things that Malith has gotten up to in his life? It's a long, long list. Don't stream it 3 weeks and everything's broken. Yeah. I mean, look at the new setup I've got going. I had to change a bunch of things. So, like, a bunch of things were broken and people have not noticed what is broken. It's fine. There's also things that people haven't tested out yet, but I'm not going to tell them to test it out because it will be funny when they just randomly do it. I think it's popped up once. Was it Malith that was broken? It was definitely Malith that was more broken than the setup. Malith was definitely the one that was a little bit more on the broken side. Damn, that's looking nice. Right, I'm doing something silly. I'm farming Kuva Liches because I want the guns, and I also want one Kuva Lich friend for each. Fair. Kuva Liches are the reason I stopped playing Warframe, actually, at one point. I think I've talked about this briefly, before, but yeah, no, that farm used to be far worse than it is now. Back when there was no guarantees on the drop at all, so it was fully random of what weapon you would get. So it wouldn't even prioritize ones that you already you don't own. So that meant every run you had to go in, you would look at the Lich, and you'd see whether or not it was. And what was worse is originally you couldn't even see what weapon it was. You would have to accept the Lich to find out. So you just have to keep accepting Liches, and 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 keep accepting Liches. Are we seeing why I may have potentially gotten really sick of the game at that point? I need to have a specific little personality for my preference. It told me the weapon. Yeah, no, when you go up to the little Lich guy, if you look at him for a moment, it's just like hovers there. So you can see what weapon it will give you, and it will prioritize weapons you don't have, which is the big one. To be fair, at the moment I've been doing the infested liches, which is way more fun to me. Because not only is it way more resources I get during the run, it's also like you don't have to care what weapon they have, because the weapon, they don't give the weapon, they just give a resource. That means you can go buy it from Eleanor, which is much better in my eyes. Alright. Also finished all my quests. Nice. So you're up to date on all that? The funness that is? Now understand the suffering of us that are having to wait for the next stuff, because we're clearly going to town next, properly, and not what we just did. We finally got a lore, like the final bit of lore that we've been waiting for of what happened between the Orokin Empire and the Tenno. Because that was like something that we all kind of knew about, but didn't know the exact shite. God, I always loved that detail toggle. How much it adds. Oh. Damn, it's hot. Anyway. I tried to do that new thing with the eyes. See if I can replicate it. God, it's gonna be hard to replicate this effect with this. So something you guys probably didn't notice because it was so fucking tiny on the Christmas time stuff is I tried a new technique with the eyes. I'm gonna see if I can do it again here. But it did come out really nicely. It just isn't noticeable at all in that piece. If you're wondering, I can show it in a second. Because I have the zoomed in image of the eye on my other screen right now. So I can try and do this bit. Here is the very zoomed in on the eye on those thumbnails. So again, this is the image. If we actually zoom in all the way, you can see the eye has a fuckload of detail in it. Both of their eyes do. This is the only eye that doesn't, and that's because Q can go fuck yourself if I'm gonna try and put detail into this eye. But yeah, that's what we've got. So, see if I can remember what I need to do here. Especially knowing that I have to do this with partly closed eyes. So this makes this substantially weirder to do. I'm gonna probably brighten them out a little bit to compensate for the fact that most of it's gonna be hidden. Okay, so that's not gonna work. Do this. No. No. Closer. Okay. The liches and just do the minimum required. I recommend that. If you can, don't try and do too much. Because I got hyper optimized with it, and like I said, that's what killed my love for the game for a very long time. I want a more vivid pink. Okay, so that's the general idea, then I do a bit of blending. And then I'll have to do some just cleanup afterwards. Oh, bloody hell, that is a fucking complex bit of drawing, huh? Okay, now that I've done it once, I can probably replicate it faster. Alright, man. Good point. It's supposed to also be angular a little bit more. Okay, there we go. And then grab this. it's this layer I need to go to? Yep. Okay, there we go. Hey, Clap, welcome back, and this is your progress there, if you're wondering. We've had a little bit. Just a little bit. Alright. Very amusing that you just thought, man, I haven't drawn hentai on stream in a while. LuTuber 101. Genuinely, I wish I could say it was a better thing than that. It is actually the case. As I just sat there, I'm like, I just kind of haven't done it in a while, and I kind of would like to. I don't know, having the itch to draw lewd. It's where my skills shine the most. As you can see from this, is the detailing I can do for a face. That's currently, well, we haven't even got to the main detailing that I plan on doing. Because there's like, okay, I'm gonna layer this on top, because I do kind of intend to do this. And then I need something very tiny black. Like a little bit lighter. There we go. So we'll have I should probably do this with a, not the mill pen, but the G pen. There. That makes it easier to see. There we go. easier to see. Alright, there we go. Let's see. Could you add the typical hit mark to the chest? Single red, them, hashtag. Like, what? I feel like I had an aneurysm trying to follow that. Other hug and vault. I'm tearing up. Yeah. It's an Arabic name and I still managed to forget. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Oh, dude, you have no idea how often I forget names that I'm like, I shouldn't forget this. Okay, I can actually probably make this a tad bit darker because of what I'm intending to do. Yeah, that looks terrible. No, I'm just gonna do it manually then. Cool. I can't believe you're drawing cum already. It's not cum. It's sweat and spit. Big difference. There's some kind of charm in the lack of color. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of agree. God, there's like such tiny detailing that I'm doing with this. The PP on the face? No, no, no. It's She's being fucking strangled. That's why she's sweating and spitting out. Do you not know what happens when you get strangled? It's like, would you like to find it? No. What a fucking threatening aura that is all of a sudden. Alright, so what I'm going to do with this layer is I'm going to do that, and we put this back on. And now we can play around with the tint a little bit more. Yeah, it looks a bit better. It is you, if it's you, absolutely. This is the chat you're cultivating, by the way. Oh, hell yeah. Oh no, based on what I've seen from some of y'all, this is what I'm cultivating. Anyway. God, that looks very pretty. For like, in the early stages of its design, there'll be more color tuning that needs to be done. The hair needs work, obviously. A little bit more shading technique stuff put in. A couple more things like I have in the original sketch. I'll probably have some like things to kind of indicate motion. That's where the eyes are. I'm pretty happy with the eyes. I think there's more I could do with them, but like, again, I'm trying to learn this technique. It's a lot to learn. If I ever get asked why I'm so fucked up, I'm directing them to you. I take no responsibility for being a degenerate. Come on, you can take ownership of that stuff, man. Look, I take ownership of my degeneracy. I could blame a lot of people for it. So what do y'all think? Y'all ready to see this eventually getting done? Probably some point. It's like new profile pic. I really want to keep working with this concept for the eyes, because again, like, so this was what I did with these eyes. And I really liked the idea of it. It was just obviously not noticeable at all on these images because of just, that's the size of them. How the fuck are you supposed to see that amount of detail? There's so many things I lacked in detail as well. I did do shading in a lot of areas. If you had some horns, it'll be you for real, but gender bent. Well, I mean, that's the point. This is supposed to be based off the gender bent version of my OC that I seem to draw more frequently than my normal OC. Is it's taking that outfit in this and bringing it back to its original colors and doing that. Remember, the horns are retractable. This is your new main OC. You guys want me to make a VTuber model like this? I thought we wanted to make a thirst trap, not a fucking woman. To be fair, I stand by. My goal is I want to be able to have both. I want to have as much freedom with the design of the character as I could. I could make it a male version, I could make it a female version, I can alternate it between all the different fucking outfits for it all. That will be my goal. Because, like, I just want to be able to do whatever the fuck I feel like that day. Sayu kind of helped me decide that, cement that decision, because he has had, like, female versions of his models done, and he just kind of wears them from time to time. And I'm like, that actually sold me on the fact that, like, nah, you can just do whatever the fuck you want. And with the design of the character supposed to be that there's no, like, definitive thing. It's a model that you can, over a span of an hour or two, seamlessly gender bend. Hell yeah. Now that would be fucking amazing. Just the hair slowly grows longer and the feet just become slightly more rounded. You're like, wait a fucking minute. When did you grow boobs? It's like, yeah. But yeah, that's why, again, like, the design of these ones here, because I do have this up because this is my reference point for a lot of it. Imagine these colors are the, like, colors that I'm normally using. This is basically what I kind of decided with. Like, I kind of want to do for the outfits at this stage. I'm still tossing up how I want to do it all. I mean, like, it's hard to tell, but, like, this is still that jersey-esque, with a hoodie. Like, I've done, recently a lot, and same for her. Beginning of the stream, nothing. 30 minutes in, did something change? 1 hour in, you're literally a woman? Exactly. Hey, Matthew, how's it going? Don't mind, the drawing. I was talking about magic earlier, actually. I got some cards turn up, so I updated one of my decks. And then I have another couple of cards sitting there. What deck did I update? It was the Vampires one that I'm still waiting for the precon for that to turn up. This one has skyrocketed in price. Just because of some lands. Can you tell which 3 lands got added? They're definitely not very obvious. I may have tossed in a Reflecting Pools in here, I may have tossed in a Gemstone Caverns in here, and I may have tossed in a Ancient Tomb in here, don't worry about it. But yeah, no, I'm literally, I think, Westville Abbey and the precon away from being able to put this deck together. This is not foil. It's not supposed to be foil. Everything else is currently sitting there ready to go in. I stand by, I cannot wait to get told that for some reason my deck is way better. Malith playing with a game changer. I'm playing with two because I finally was like, fuck it, I'm gonna put my Kefka's Tower in something. Because I've had this Kefka Tower for ages. It's been sitting in another deck waiting to be built, but I'm like, I can't be asked waiting forever on that deck anymore. I just want to play with a fucking Bowler Citadel. What's so wrong with that? And this is like the perfect deck to play it with. Fucking Edgar Markov, already an asshole? Like, let's fucking go. But yeah, he is sitting there on my desk still, my Green Goblin mask. I also got a couple of cards that I'm very excited for what's it called? My Elementals deck. Because it means I'm now missing just one card from the deck. And it's done. And technically I own the card, it's just in a different deck. So after yoinking the cards from the new precon that I'm going to be putting into this, this is the only card, and I own the Thunder Junction version of this. It's just in the Deserts deck. I just need to somehow fucking find another copy of this. Because otherwise this is the deck ready. I have taken the gates out. I know, I've caused a tragedy with that. I see you got the first Vampire Sun in the deck, or at least planning to. Where am I looking? Oh, here? Soren? Yeah, no, that's part of the precon that I bought. Because it's, what's his fucking name? This guy's precon. And I bought it, and yes, the enchantment that you're thinking of that's in that precon, and the main reason I bought the precon outside of this, is not in this deck because I don't want to do that yet. I fully intend to do a mono black deck where I'm putting that combo in. If you don't know which enchantment is this, let's just say it's an enchantment that's now gone down to at least $20 for the version from this precon. It was a lot more before, and it's part of the probably most famous 2 black enchantment infinite combo. But yeah, no, Soren's in there. It's the only Soren, I think, right? Yeah. The guy that just fucking deleted Avacyn. Literally fucking select delete. But yeah, no, I thought this deck would be fun to toss together and play. But yeah, like, this is in there at the moment. This is there as well. It's got, obviously, soft, aristocrat stuff, but, like, what the fuck, what else were you supposed to do with a vampire deck that you're generating free tokens for? I finally get to put my fucking Elender in something that I've been wanting to put in for ages. And I finally get the other Elender as well, because she comes in the fucking precon. The one that, like, has been pretty much outside of Markov one of the most wanted vampires for me. Because I wanted to play it. But yeah, no, this deck's gonna be fucking stupid. It's gonna be silly. This one, I need to update because I've got a bunch of the cards for it. I'm still waiting on a few. This one, I'm now 1 or 2 cards away from being done with. I believe it's literally, I want to get this version of the Amonkhet Raceway and the Trenzalore Clock Tower, and that's it. This deck is ready. I'm super, super excited for this. Because this deck is really dumb looking. Like, did you like card draw? There is so many clue tokens in this deck. I actually think it will be impossible to play. Which is why I had to make sure I had something like Kappa Cannoneer. I would love to have that one other one that's like when it enters, it turns them into attackers with flying till end of turn. But sadly enough, we do not have that. Well, I don't have that. I mean, look at my Griffin deck. Yeah. Like, this deck is very close to doing some really dumb stuff, so I'm excited for that. This deck still needs a lot of work. I am far from finishing this one because I just don't... I can't afford to keep getting stuff for it. I do have a cannon coming for it, though. So that's something. But this deck is very expensive. Very expensive. And it's not even the land... Well, it's very heavily the lands, but it's also just some really nuts cards in it. This one, I don't remember where I'm at with. I think I've got a few more cards to put into it. But I do want to get it. I think I did pick up a little Linvala the other day for this. This deck is on the verge of getting a massive upgrade because, as you can see on that right side here, here's my maybe board, and by maybe, it's these are the cards that are going in. I just need to find the cards to replace them and then slowly do that. And just don't worry too much about the fact that I put both the Beseechers in here. It's fine. We don't worry about tutors. I did find Fade from History, though, which is a really fun card in this deck. Which is, like, for each player that controls an artifact or enchantment, they create a bear, then destroy all artifacts and enchantments. Ah, yes, you mean those those things that came in that are now artifacts? They also get nuked, so I just get free shit for Ygra? Yes! Fade from History is very nice. I do want to get an Eleanor for it. I do have a Disciple of Freyalise I can toss in there. I do have a mini Partings to toss in there. I also have an Origin of Metal Bending. I have an Unlucky Cabbage for Merchant to go in there. Let's ignore the fact that Nuka-Cola's in here, and so is Academy Manufacturer, because we don't look at that one. History goes Nom. History does go Nom. Rogue's Passage, because honestly, hitting with Ygra is a win con, so probably should play for that. Warren Soul Trader, I don't think I need to explain. Thorn Forager is just a really good mana dork in this deck, which is just like either you tap to add a green, or you tap Forage, add 2 mana of any combination, or 3 and a green, search for a squirrel. Which I'm going to be taking out a bunch of the squirrels, like some of the more meh ones, like Old Acorn Gan and Scurry of Squirrels, that are for like meh for this deck in particular. So I can just get more efficient cards going. So I should be able to tear out the cards of this deck very easily. So I should be able to, again, it's a little bit of tutoring. I understand the complaints people have for tutoring. I've also put Dig Up in here because I thought that it would be fun. I know the thoughts around tutoring, but I feel like this deck kind of is a combo deck, so hey. You're gonna cut a swamp for the Witch's Cottage? Probably, right? Like, I've got 12 forests and 15 swamps. I'm not gonna be doing, like, Shire's probably getting put in for a forest, and Witches is probably getting put in for a swamp. Like, that's pretty much it. Rogues might come in for a forest or a swamp, depending on what I feel like the mana base is looking like. The mana base for this is all mostly basics, right? Like, that's what, 27 of the 35 lands are basics? I just want to kind of have a bit more powerful and more interesting lands in there. To, like, get it working better. Because, like, all the other lands in here are either from precons I've bought or just I've pulled, like this Wastewood Verge. I happen to pull and I'm just, like, very happy with. Seems very basic, thanks. But, like, Woodland, Tainted, those are from a precon. That's from the same precon. That's from the precon. That's from the precon. That's from the precon. Technically, that's also from a precon. So it's like, it is all precon land, so I'm just going to try and do a little bit of work. I know we have a spare Witch's Cottage around, if I remember correctly. I'm also going to take out stuff like Preposterous Proportions, because, like, this deck doesn't... If I go wide, I'm already winning with the go wide strategy. I don't need to, like, +10/+10 and vigilance my creatures. I'm not getting additional combats. I'm not doing extra turns. This doesn't actually win me much. Overrun's a little bit more of a question mark. But I have, again, this deck sacks most of its creatures at relatively efficient ways. With stuff like Viscera Seer, where I shouldn't need to worry so much. So it's like, if I want to kill someone, I'll just kill them with a commander. With Rogue's Passage or something like that. Garruk's Uprising is coming out, admittedly, but like that was also an example of it working. This deck is probably turned into more of a combo deck than a anything else deck, I'll be honest. So it's doing a lot of stuff to try and protect both the win con aspect of it and the efficiency. I mean, fuck, I still have Vivian Reed's ult if I must. I also have Garruk's up ult if I must, because that's creatures have +3/+3 and trample. This is +2/+2 vigilance, trample, and indestructible. Like, this deck should just run more efficiently, and most of the stuff I'm taking out is stuff from either a precon or I tossed in because, haha, funny, these two putting together. That's it, pretty much. This deck is a very big charm of mine. Also, I do have this deck that I'm going to be working on. I'm sure you can figure out what this deck does. Just from the commander. I think I've shown it already a few times. We have a person in our play group that absolutely hates the mechanic Proliferate. Like, absolutely despises it. So I decided to make a full deck around it. And what kind of Proliferate deck could you make? Well, there's counters for like +1/+1 counters. There's like a cool thing. And then there's Atraxa Infect. Grabs the bat. That's fair. I do not blame you at all. Especially knowing I'm running Propaganda, Norn's Decree, Ghostly Prison, and Norn's Annex. You can't swing at me without fucking suffering. I've also tried to keep the amount of, like, just straight up infect and toxin creatures low. So I'm very reliant on effects like Vraska's Fall, where it's like, this is how I give you poison counters. I'm not swinging at you with poison counters as much. So it is a lot more defensive. Yes, you can say what you want to that, by the way. The fact that it is just like, oh no, I'm just gonna, like, not interact with you, and you can't interact with my board. There's a reason why there is potentially a few counterspells in here. It's like the spells are ramp, counterspells, and like a little bit of disruption. Coward, there I said it. I mean, it's not wrong though. Also Replicating Ring, because why the hell would I not put that in this deck? Also, why would I not want to take infinite turns? Why would I not want to just destroy all of your permanents? Why would I not want, like, a better version of the One Ring for this deck? Yeah, that. Also a nuts card if I just put 3 mana in it. This card here, by the way, is so fucking power. This pushes the power level of this deck. Like, I genuinely... Have you seen what the breakpoints are when you include your Stola rule? Like, it is very doable to just, like, proliferate 8 times off a end step. Because obviously you've got, when you would proliferate twice. So you've got already a minimum of 4 off that. And then there's other ways to, like, flicker something as well that is going to be, like, when it enters proliferate. There's also this to proliferate. This as well, you get to draw a buttload of cards. So, yeah, no, this deck could quite easily just kind of, like, put a poison counter on everyone and just kill them within that that one turn. It's funny, right? I have to change the land base, obviously, because the land base is a bit of a silly time because it's got all the triomes in it. I am getting a Varaska Betrayal sting anyway, so, I mean, I could make this deck. I do own a couple of the cards for it. No, I like the idea of having this deck because, like I said before, in the house we have a Slivers and an Eldrazi deck. So I felt like it would be funny to be the person with the Infect deck. Pulls out Rivers of Blood. Which one's that one? Rivers of... Am I misspelling it? This River of Tears. Oh, the Elden Ring sword. Okay, hey, you gotta give me some credit. I don't know anything about Elden Ring. No, but like this is my like one deck where I'm like, I'm the person with the Infect deck. And it is the worst kind of Infect deck. The Infect deck that doesn't just like swing at you and kill you. No, it's the Infect deck that makes you unable to interact with it. Also, yeah, don't ignore the privileged position as well in there. Literally, my enchantments say you can't attack me, you can't interact with me, don't recommend attacking me, you're gonna suffer the moment I do anything, you can't attack me, I get to cast for free. Like, the enchantments alone are perfect for this. Yes, by the way, I fully accept the criticism that could be put forward about the Atraxa Grand Unifier in this deck. Where it's, like, arguably, I don't have, like, battles, many planeswalkers, and other random tidbit types, but, like, outside of enchantments, I have a lot of each type. Like, outside of enchantments and the Planeswalker, I have a fairly even spread of each type. I'm pretty consistently going to be able to draw, like, 4 or 5 off this. I feel like that's a solid shout. And especially with having the Y'shtola in there, that flickers. Like, that just gives it such a huge chunk of value. There's also, like, Airy Ultimatum, so if it dies, I can bring it back and get a bonus out of that. Like, has this deck got a lot of flicker in it? Not really. Don't see any Kindred or Battle cards. Yeah, like, that's the thing. I could probably toss in Kindred or Battle to get more value out of Atraxa, Grand Unifier, but, like, is it wrong to just cast a 7-mana pain in the ass? A 7-mana 7/7 with a buttload of stats that draws me, like, 4 cards? Like, what? 1, 2, 3... 4, 5. We'll say 5 because we won't count enchantment. Like, realistically, it could probably draw me 5 consistently. That seems like a good conversion in my head. And with the occasional chance of it drawing more. Also, yeah, planeswalkers you control and other creatures you control have hexproof. You can't, again, the point of this deck is to not play the game like in a normal way. It's I'm here to sit in the corner, give everyone a poison counter, and then kill. I will say there is a reason Urba's disowned her. True. But yeah, I might finish up here now for today, because, well, there is more to be done on this piece. We can do it another time. And also, I need to sort out some food and deal with a meeting later. Ugh. I love me my magic. I also absolutely could not stop laughing at the message sent where, who was it? Said that they, like, opened up Kiara's stream and immediately got met by... Yeah, it was Sweeb. Mouth in stream. Oh look, Takanashi Kiara is live. Didn't watch her in a while. Open stream. She's talking about MTG Commander. I'm like, the world is right. The world is right. Anyway, give me a second. I want to set something up. Because I feel like I should. How do you do a raid on Twitch? I wonder. I don't know how to do a raid. Raid channel, there's the button. Search. Yawa. Alright, so I'm gonna be finishing up here for today, and I'm gonna be raiding Yawa, because I need to actually get into the habit of raiding. Because I think that'd be better to do. So, with that being the case, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye.